Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Wuchang Fallen Feathers to pick up at the very end of Region 2. So when we last left off, I think I have like one more section left, and then it'll be the end of Region 2. And depending on how things go, I might get the first ending done today if we get far enough in the game. So with that, I did set it up so that I can do save states with PlayStation Plus. I get 8,000 essence, I get another level. Do we have enough to make that work? $3,000 plus 4,000, we should have enough. So yeah, basically the way that it's set up is because I have PlayStation Plus, I can do a save state once we get to the point of no return. And then I can just basically activate a save state so that we can replay a couple endings. If I did the quest lines correctly, we might be able to do all 4. If I didn't do all the quest lines correctly, then we have to do at least one New Game Plus run. Go ahead and grab that. Now I think we just move forward with this area. Yeah, basically I'm gonna finish out this area, hopefully relatively quickly, then we move into the third area, which I've already started, which might have broken one of the quest lines. But we'll figure out when we get there. Guess we found another shrine that's weirdly closer. I don't think there's anything else we need to do there. Heal and anti-poison. Looks like that's my way out. Realize there are spikes. That was a unfortunate dodge there, but we should be fine. No drops there. Hey, bird. Boo enemy. Eruption is doing work. Here we go. Used mortar looks like a quest item. I should probably check if there was any quest stuff that I could do. More feathers so we can maybe get closer to more mastery. This just seems to maybe be in it. And a treasure. Forgotten Remembrance, I think that's for more flasks. And we found a shortcut back. Or a shortcut somewhere, at least. We found a shortcut to here. I'm guessing that was maybe intended path. Yeah, we got him. Helmet, a bunch of essence items. And that was apparently instant death. I realized it was spawning in boulders, but I didn't realize it spawned him in that fast. It might actually be worthwhile while I'm here to try to spend that flask item I got. There's a ton of people who want to talk at the refugee camp. And that's it. In refugee camp, I'm pretty sure it counts as like third area, so we should be fine to ignore that for now. Got the essence back. I didn't realize I actually had that much on hand. That was a very unfortunate second enemy to just come up and grab. But we go again. Also, that does tell me that I don't have enough madness to generate a demon. Unless they only generate when I get killed by other enemies. I realized there was a trap there. A second helmet, I guess if I decide to sell it. And that was an easy death. I tried to see if I could finish them off with that charge hit, but I didn't do enough damage. The insta-death is rough, because they kind of just shotgun me with it if I get too far away from them. I got a little bit too hasty there. I'm guessing if I get multiple of their armor, I can safely just sell the extra pieces. Maybe play it a little bit safe. I realize that could hit me through the wall. And we got him. Back up to 13,000 essence already. A little bit of a waste of a charge there, but it's fine. Definitely another trap button there. Wasn't quick enough. I feel like that's probably enough collectibles that I might have just gotten another level with those. So if they break the pots, it hits me with blight unless I avoid the things that shoot out. I'm also just gonna go ahead and go for madness so I can get heals. And I made it back to where I was before, but through a different route. Maybe not get one-shotted by whoever appears next. I feel like that's gonna be the ladder that brings me back up to that room I was just at. Bird over there. Didn't quite land backstab there. And dead. Relatively speaking, that's probably fine because I guess I can just go down that ladder to get right there. Downside is that might have spawned a demon. Let's check if my guess was right on where this is. And that looks right. That was like one hit off. And when they get locked onto me, it's surprisingly hard if I'm like in the middle of a combo. Well, we're here with way more flasks than before, so we should be fine. Unless, like, I just get completely destroyed by the demon who shows up. Okay, just essence. We can take that. Never mind. And we got him. Costed me a flask, but that's fine. I was hoping I could get maybe an execute before the pods broke. Let's swap the gates that were open. And bird. It's kind of weird that the thing that fell down was an enemy, so I didn't want to just run in there. Like nothing back there. That's definitely a way to drop down. As long as I don't get a full blight meter off of those, it's not too bad. more feathers. I should probably check how many I was at when I was at the shrine. Is just a way to walk up. We have enough to get another level. Add doctors, research notes. Let's open from this side, then where is the correct path? This also just seemed to be goodies. Looks like this way, probably. Or bird? I don't think I figured out what their feathers do yet. I think my guess would be upgrades, but I haven't actually noticed if anything uses them. Could have probably been ready for that. Play it safe. Wasn't quick enough on the dodge. Not sure what spell would be best here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick. Immediately don't like that. That was too close. And I dodged to a pole. I also was trying to swap spells, but I hit the wrong D-pad. Because I think if I had managed to get to a spell there, I would have maybe had an opportunity to get through that. And I guess I'll go ahead and get another level because we're close enough. Don't really need strength, but I might as well grab it because it's several points. I was also gonna check my feathers. Got enough for weapon upgrade. Go ahead and max madness. I didn't see there was an item there. I forgot there was another one. That was a good, like, 2,000 red essence just from those two. Or those... that big enemy and those 3 small enemies. I didn't get far enough to get the shortcut. All that blight managed to hit me. I thought I was out of the way. They both do way more damage than I would have thought. I don't think there's any way to prevent the first one from just hitting those like 5 jars that hit me with blight. Which means I need to either just eat the blight damage or bypass it. I didn't dodge it enough. I didn't realize I was out of charge. Got a different armor piece for them. And got the deep done. So that does have a pretty substantial fall off in terms of distance. And we got some new boots. So the ideal seems to be I need to figure out how to get that shortcut open. Because if I can get the shortcut open, then we should be good for a bit. As I will say, I didn't expect there to be this much area left. Because I thought it seemed like it was kind of leading into like a final arena type thing with a big elevator, but then there was a whole like laboratory area. Those guys slingshotted into the abyss there. Remember them? We're here with 2 more flasks than prior. Too early on the dodge. And I got stuck. They have quite a bit of health to get through. It definitely feels like there's a reason that there's a second point to target, but I don't really know what it is, unless it's just because they're a larger enemy. It's kind of just getting to a point where I can more safely get through that area. Quite tell what he's doing. And they got me with the grab again. I saw him walking up, but I was hoping I could like beat both of them. The nice part is that even though I am taking deaths, I am pretty consistently getting more essence than I'm losing. That doesn't do enough damage to win no matter what. Question is, do I just try to fight these two, or do I try to skip? Even more boots. Gonna try to save a flask for later. Back up to 10,000 essence. I also did find out a little bit late that apparently there is a trophy for getting every weapon. So I will need to make an active effort to buy all the weapons from the merchants at some point. So nothing back there. I guess we just go this way. And hopefully we get past the big enemy. I should have way more flasks this time if I was looking at my inventory right. Matter of not getting stuck. I wasn't ready for the charge. Well, we have one more flask. I kind of just want to see if there's a shortcut nearby, because if I can get a shortcut, then that's huge. We might have found one. This is not the biggest shortcut. I skipped like 2 enemies. That was weird because I got the animation that I got a perfect dodge, but I still got hit. It's just kind of a bad area for this enemy. These are too big. Get the win before they did that. Well, we got through, but I didn't even really need to fight them at that point. Question is, do I go that way or do I go towards the boulder? doesn't seem to be a way to deactivate the bolt. That seems like a cliff. If there is something there, then I would basically have to risk getting one-shotted for it. Ladder here, let's see if it gets another shortcut. That looks promising. This did give me a shortcut back to this very beginning. But only if I lower the gate. That was just me dodging the wrong way. That is a lot of blight. I wanted to see if I could maybe prevent the blight from activating. Ladder will get me up to the other enemy. They don't just snipe me from. Never mind. Didn't realize that there was one just kind of hanging out. This feels like it might give me a shortcut. Too many ladders to climb and it was too out of the way. This is the super early one that lets me skip everything, so we got a really good one. Sound like it activated the UI like there's an enemy nearby.
Fine timing indeed. There's something peculiar about this shaft. Now, the madam has a son, Wuchang. The decorations you see were meant for his wedding. Alas, it's said the bride-to-be was tormented to death, poor soul. Though earlier, I thought I heard a woman singing. Have you found any clues? No wonder. There once was an ordinary workshop here, but that was before it got turned into a place for refining red mercury. I see. There's more to this than meets the eye. The writings cover how to mine red mercury and use it to create terrifying creatures. No wonder Cloudspire grew wealthy so quickly. I don't understand. How could the dead ever rise again? And as monstrous beings, no less. No, something must be missing. The notes don't explain everything. Did you take this from the madam? Although the notes are incomplete, I see that they mention Ferry Overlook, and also your and Bayou's old home. So, the bride did die, but was then brought back to life? Perhaps that chisel from your home can bring others back too. 4 strange objects, devouring their bearers. It wasn't just madness speaking. So, there are 4 of these objects? Or maybe it takes all 4 to complete the relic. We should return to the Bai Mansion. We might find clues to the whereabouts of the missing ones.
So we made some forward progress, and this looks like maybe the ending before a boss. I don't think I want to commit to going this way, but I do want to activate the fast travel point. Need about 2,500 to get the next level. Like 100 or so short. That should be enough. I didn't realize that there were multiple agility levels here. Let's just grab some defense first. I was thinking if I was gonna run out of agilities, I was gonna start pivoting to the one-handed blade.
We should return to the Bai Mansion. We might find...
So we got his quest progress. Do I want to reset or do I just want to see? I think I'll go ahead and reset. Because those little enemies that are on the ground are not too much of a problem to deal with. And I would rather have 8 flasks going through the rest of this area. Because there's definitely some side paths that I haven't been. And now also we have a fast travel point to the very end either way. I was just seeing what else is here. or if there even was anything else here. Didn't realize that would anger both of them. Bit too hasty on trying to get by the boulder. Looks like it might be a dead end. That was one too many. I think with that, I actually don't know if there's anything else I can really explore here. The only thing left would be the other end of the path to see if there actually is something at the bottom where the boulders are going off into, but I'm going to assume no. Everything else kind of seems like it looped back around. I think we just move forward. We can reset the area again. Maybe I should look at the temper menu to see if there's anything new while I'm here. I did get some upgrades. Feathering control, magic control, or strength control. Seems like I don't have the other slots activated for that one. There's like a bird somewhere nearby. Are items down below? And they got me. Wasn't ready for two enemies and couldn't sneak in a heal when I tried. And then I saw the knockdown, so I figured I had to go for the win. only takes like 2 of those before I'm completely blighted. There's another chest.
You're here. The bridge must have been lowered. Oh, and what of the old hag? What happened to her? Dead? How I wish I could have been the one to end her life. It was for Master Bai's sake that I let you leave unscathed last time. Now you need to do something for me. Deal with the guards outside. I'll escape on my own. Deal with the guards outside.
Grab another quick bird there. That was a really lucky backstab there. So I guess there are some of those that are required, but not all of them. Because I think all pendants are required, but some of them just don't drop anything good.
What is it? You've upheld the Bai family honor. I'll stay here for now, since Snowfall Palace has fallen. Our debt is settled, but next time we meet, don't expect any mercy. Our debt is settled.
Another quick quest done. That just look weirdly placed. I should have activated the elevator.
Sisters we are. Sisters will stay. Sisters from birth. Sisters till grave. Smithies they are. Scissors they'll make. A tool for us to help us escape. Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
There was a lot of hits there. That wasn't too bad for a first attempt. If I managed to land another backstab, that would have probably been a win. Also, if I didn't enter with half my flasks in, 3/4 of my health. I do want to see what the items are that I missed here. So I don't want to have to come back. And I might as well. I had thought about resetting, but maybe it's not worth it. I didn't realize how big the hitbox on that was. Okay, now I think it's worth going for a reset. That's just a few too many flasks used, even though I'll be able to get a checkpoint if I get to the boss. I wonder if the boss can get knocked back by blocks. Because I know that is a specific thing that I did spec into block for. So I never did figure out how to get through there. It's kind of just weird that there's a thing door there. Yeah, then I can just kind of trade blows until I get staggered. Obviously, we'll activate the elevator first, and then activate the shrine at the top so that I get a full flask refill before boss. Ideally, I would want to grab the essences there, because I think I had a fair amount. And I think that's the end of this area once we beat the boss. At least, like, in terms of, like, major story beats. There might still be a few collectibles, like the chest that I obviously saw. I would say I'm feeling fairly confident about this boss, but I'll still send the elevator back up to be safe.
Yeah, my sister. Is it you?
There we go. Wasn't expecting a phase 2, but here we are. That was some weird pace in terms of dodges. Also, the essence disappeared because I couldn't find it during the fight. But it's fine. There is like a little bit of an argument that if I'm in a boss and I have essence left, I should just like go back to the merchant and dump it all if I don't have enough for a level. In fact, I might do. Because there's kind of no reason not to, because there is a chance I'll lose it all if I don't one-shot this fight. Especially because buying all weapons does seem to be required. Armor, not so much.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. You've been to the shaft, and still you live to tell the tale? Nothing short of a miracle, I'd say. Someone once let slip that it was full of treasure. Well, I figured I'd see about that. Yet its mirror traps nearly had my head. Come back soon, you hear?
There's all the essence that I had on hand. I'm also just gonna grab some free. Healing items because I was gonna use up my madness there anyway. I also did forget that I should probably also want to go to the one prior to this. That's where the elevator is. So first phase is quite easy. Second phase seems like it's gonna be a little bit more of a thing. Although I still got them to like half health without seeing anything. Main thing with second phase is they have a lot of AoE hits that I just kind of have to be ready to dodge or I get hit. Where first phase is all clashes, so I basically get through it for free. And although I did think the prior boss was the end boss of this area, It does seem like this one's actually the end boss.
Is it you?
If I had remembered to boost my weapons, I think we would have already won. And we got him. And enough for another level. And also my essence is around here somewhere. Jade, ancient chisel, remnant for the world of the ancients, representing fearsome power and combined with other chisels, it forms a complete artifact, granting access to the benediction menu. Massive Palace sought to mold Fangling to the perfect bride, unaware of the object's dark origins. He was transformed into a monstrous being. Those who meddle with force beyond the grass heavily pay a steep price. Each effect originates from its cause. An ancient object has the power to alter the chain of causality. Enter the dream at a shrine to receive the primordial deity's guidance to continue your journey. Don't know what any of that means, but I guess we'll figure it out. Guess I only have 3,000 there. Guess I'll take my level. I did forget that I was leveling up that and I didn't use it once during the fight.
Ah, lost your way, have you, young'un? Inside Zhenwu Temple, mysteries await. Your fate shall be revealed, whether you stay or go. The cave is at Hill's Watch Gate. What are you waiting for? Get moving!
I don't think this is where I want to be. Because I think I've already opened up where I need to go because I went the wrong way once. Which I guess was the right way, but it was early.
Of evil.
But it also didn't put me at a shrine, so I don't really know where I'm at. Wait, we're at this crossroad. So I did take a peek at the collectible list. It sounds like there's maybe new stuff that spawned in somewhere. I thought it was supposed to be here. Also, I did take a peek at where I get that one treasure chest because I want it. Apparently there was something at one of the boulder spots that I was supposed to go for. Did also just straight up miss some items there, but also I would have not considered jumping down there. I guess my hint is that there is a boulder there. If I had been able to look closer. how determined they are. Question is, do I go back for those essences? I feel like there was a fair amount there, so I should. It's also not hard to get to, it's just a situation I would have rather avoided. Oh, that's demon. Just let them fight it out of it. I'm just kind of trying to see if I can lure them into those other enemies. There we go. Just wanted to try to do that as relatively safely as possible. But they were not cooperating because they have enough range that they could just stand back. Still got them to fight off like 3 of the enemies though. So as far as I can tell, that seems to be all of the collectibles there. Once I get to the point of no return, then we really have to, like, probably reference a guide to go back to several areas. Now we can go talk to a bunch of people.
About Commander Hong, I owe you for cleaning up that situation. Word of what you did in Cloudspire must have reached those rebel dogs by now. I just received the news that Liu Wenshu and his men butchered the Taoist priests and seized the temple. They're plotting something. I know it. I'm no fighter, not like you. Even if I wanted to stop them, I couldn't. But you've got a noble heart. I doubt you'll stand by while Zhenwu Temple turns into a slaughterhouse. If you're up for it, check out Zhenwu Temple. But be careful. Liu Wenshu is as cunning as he is cruel.
Resurrection at the hands of a mere tailor. Unbelievable. That Huang Qian wretch deserved his fate. It was he who plotted most of Snowfall's horrors. Those poor souls he ensnared. May your wayward souls find peace. May all the spirits born of the Four Realms receive grace. Though I've learned many of the uses of red mercury, the cure for feathering remains elusive. I once heard my brothers at Zhenwu Temple speak of a secret library filled with the wisdom of generations of our celestial masters. But the rebels have now desecrated Zhenwu Temple, and here I am left powerless to avenge our fallen. Should you venture there, retrieve for me some scriptures. They may aid us in curing this affliction.
I think there's one person to talk to, because I did see who was in the list. It's the kid over here who I did know who they were for a long time. Because I didn't ever cut this corner sharp enough to go talk to them. Or there's nothing there. Guess I'll check the fast travel point.
Please protect me.
If there's nothing else here, we'll fast travel to refugee camp and then move forward. Reverend Temple is cleared, so refugee camp, here we go.
Hola. What else can...
Also, we're already back up to 11,000 essence.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. Oh, this shoe silk. Rare to find in Worship's Rise. Oh, now I remember. This fan belongs to Fangling, Master Fang's daughter, doesn't it? Master Fang used to be a merchant at Cloudspire. We did some business together. We were well acquainted. I heard his daughter was taken as a bride by the Madam of Snowfall Palace, and she was never seen again. Oh, the Madam of Snowfall Palace is dangerous. I fear poor Fangling's fate was sealed the moment she stepped into those walls.
I think eventually I do have to buy the pendants.
If you've got more than...
I mean, I
What
guess I should
pleasures
just
do
buy
you
as many
have
as I
here
can now.
today? Let me make an assessment. If you've got...
I don't know if there's alternate ways to get them, but I know that I need them, so I figure I might as well.
I'm famished. Oh, so hungry. Oh, what now? Oh, I'm starving to death. Oh, boss is fussing over that butler. Well, we're starving here. Oh, haven't had a bite in days. Oh, boss is fussing over...
If only I'd listened, then Pops wouldn't... just to save me. You're one of us. Please help my dad. He hasn't got much time left. Pops, you hear that? Someone's here to help us. You'll be able to pull through. Pops!
I don't really know what I need to do for the request. Is there anybody else around here, or should I just go looking for fights? It says there's a hat guy and another person somewhere around this camp. Hat guy said he left to go hunting, so I don't know if I need to go find him while he's hunting, or if he just showed up in a different part of camp. Then no idea where the other person is. Just to be thorough, I'll just take a peek at the collectibles. Okay, so it seems like I got everything there. Because while they're nearby, they're like in a different part of the area. Can't tell if it tried to lock onto something or if it just was freaking out when I hit the lock on button. They have a lot of health. Like, way more than I expected. So I hit them with like 4 or 5 of my charged hits and they just kinda didn't flinch. So it doesn't seem like I can get a backstab on them. I guess we'll go forward this way first, because this is where the white-robed guy's quest was. There was a thing there. Yeah, we got him. Fire was the trick I needed. Also, I got a big feather from them, so I'm kind of assuming that might have been a unique enemy. This area seems like it's kind of just a big circle. Kind of forgot that I had a new chisel there. I am just gonna go ahead and go full madness. Because I'm kind of at a point now where I think just getting as much currency as I can is probably for the better. But then I could just win. Really hoping I could land the 4th hit on them as they're approaching. Seems like that's everything in this kind of area.
The downfall of mortals is the primordial deity's punishment. The fact that you're still standing means you're chosen. Either way, I was sent here by the primordial deity himself. Yet, the people remain blind to his will. Their ignorance has led to nothing but war and suffering. Tell me, if sacrificing the worthless could save the world, would you do it? Good. Then follow my words, and I'll use that resolve to help lift your curse.
We're fine with those. Let me make sure there's nothing else on this path. That had a lot more range than I was hoping. Do I commit to going down that way, or do I go up the path of the shrine? Or pivot to another direction? Kinda need to see where I am. This is Avian Dwelling. Also just gonna go ahead and full heal, cause why not? Is there actually another path branching off from this shrine, or is this just a checkpoint? There's paths coming back to this shrine, but it doesn't seem like there's any that are branching off from it. I did also forget to upgrade my flask. Weird to find a shrine this close. Let's go ahead and upgrade my flask potency. Beat up the big clam monster. Seems like nothing else over here. Figured something like that would happen. And we got him. I think that said a feather, but I couldn't tell because I pushed X too many times. I think that's the third or fourth demon we found, and there's 6 that are required for a trophy. Problem is, since I fell down, I don't really know offhand where I am. Okay, so I made it back to the shrine. So apparently I have way more than enough for a level, so I might need to do that. fact, I might have enough for 2 levels. I'm gonna hope that just gives me enough to grab both right now. Maybe I'll probably need like 1,000 more. Yeah, about 1,000 short. I think now I just start focusing on leveling agility unless I see a particularly good ability that I want. Apparently I found another Lost Remains at some point, so I just was sitting on 2 potency buffs. Let's go ahead and grab those 1,000. I'll do like 1,200 points. That should be enough. So those are the 2 base weapon abilities I had if I want to buff those. Maybe we grab more defense. Still have 3 flasks and plenty of health, so we'll just save that. Would not let me attack them, so I just kind of committed. And another pendant. Probably see what some of those do because I've gotten a number. I think those are fine. I definitely think slash is better than stab for this weapon. I will say health on killing enemies is tempting while exploring, but I would definitely forget to take it off on bosses. Maybe I'll just do it. I don't think it's gonna help with roars right now. And just being able to explore more safely is probably better. I definitely want to, because this basically means if I one-shot an enemy without taking damage, I can explore more without having to rely on flasks. It's actually a pretty substantial heal too. Seeing bamboo is kind of annoying. Unless I find a quick shortcut here. Well, I guess we have to come back here anyway. I know far enough in there is a ladder that takes me right back to the shrine, but I don't know where it is. Even if they hit me once or twice, I basically can just full heal. Unless it's like a big hit like that. Their little spin's kind of annoying. thought that was going to be a one-time enemy. There's the shortcut I missed. Light's gonna chew through a bunch of my health. Also, that seemed like a quest item. Probably a sell item. That's a shortcut back. This is where I was before, because that I think was the enemy who exploded. But now do I have to go around the other path to get my essence? I thought that was the enemy I saw before. Radiant red feather. That was just rude. I guess I needed to go back faster because that one was a death one. Where all the other ones just kind of safely dropped me off in another road. Or I went back too far so it counted as fall damage. Luckily, we got this though, so I can skip most of the area. I at least kind of, I think, more know where that path was. It's this way. I'm at least kind of sure that that is where I loop back around, but I missed the essence, so it's gone. Too early on the dodge there. Let's see if I could clash that. It seems like no. Those two were a bit of a problem. Secret letter.
Still on my tail, are you? Taste my blade! This is for my fallen brethren! I'll sever your head!
Yeah, we got him.
General.
So we got a free essence. Apparently I was getting blighted somewhere. Like, I don't actually know what was causing that, and I didn't see the meter come up. Right side, there is now a shortcut to that one spot. But I need to figure out where the shortcut actually connects to. That boulder ate all of my attack. There's almost an argument that I should just reset after that, but I want to see if I can figure out what the shortcut is first. Yeah, we found the path. We can skip both of the bird enemies. I don't know what's causing it to fill up, but I at least see the meter filling up now. It just seems like this cave is bad. Like, that's pretty much all I've learned from that. If I walk into the cave, I get hit with a blight. I guess I'll have to use that item that boosts status instances because I don't know what else I could do to get through there. Kinda wish they were a little bit closer to the edge so I could get a proper drop attack. Maybe if I had a, like, bigger weapon it would work. Puzzle's not blight, I don't remember what it's called. It might be despair. Also, I have enough points for another level. Should have probably seen that coming. But also, I wanted to see if that area was safe, and I saw an item, so it seems like it is a safe area. I don't really need to worry about statuses since build up as long as I can get past that second one into that hallway. Then I might have to fight my way out. The rate it's going, I might end up having like 2 full levels by the time I'm done here. Because I'm getting just enough extra, like 1,000 per trip. I guess like going for status resistance is an option, but I don't think I need it as long as I play the route safe. Guessing it's like whatever that decayed ground is where I'm getting hit with that status. Also, the random blight from the ceiling is rude. Okay, so I cannot physically get through there fast enough if I stop to fight them. I will say this game is very aggressive with the way they try to force in status elements. Like, so many areas are just littered with, like, corruption or, like, one-shotting things. Fortunately, I did lose like 6,000 essence off of that attempt. I wasn't able to make it back to the bridge to get that restored. I just can't get through quick enough. Even if I didn't stop to fight the enemy, I still get killed at the end. But what that might do is put the essence back I just want to see, and then I'll just use an item. I think that is definitely the worst status element. Like, all of them are pretty bad in the amount of damage they do, but that one's definitely the worst. Just an immediate one shot if it gets maxed. And the fact that it can be a hazard that just appears like seemingly on the ground is also not ideal. And getting lucky with the backstabs on them. Gonna kill the first one and then leave. Let's use the resistance one. And we don't need to go all the way to the end there. That is despair. There's both an item and a treasure over there. Also, I didn't expect that boulder to do that much damage. This hallway just kind of sucks. Like, I have to pop an item or I die unless I find an armor that, like, resists despair. And if I don't pop an item to resist despair, then I just kinda die. And also, 2 enemies spawn in. If I stop to fight them, they'll just respawn. Admittedly, I did see the boulder coming, but I dodged the wrong way, which wasn't ideal. I have 21 of these in storage in a pinch. Cool. Okay, so it seems like everything in that path is despair. Other than that, like, first branch that's at the beginning. It just seems to be a thing on the ground. So while the status resistant did get me pretty far, I will probably need to take one of those at some point. Yeah, this whole section's just kind of rough. Whatever was causing the despair seems to not be there right now. didn't see what it was, but it's probably either Forgotten Remembrance or it's Lost Remains. It doesn't seem to be tied to whatever that, like, shade on the ground is. There is something up there that does a blight attack, but I don't think that's what was hitting me. If that is what was hitting me, then I just completely missed that animation. I wonder if there's a, like, spec that I can go into for status assistance. I was a little bit too worried about falling off the edge, I decided to just commit to going for clashes. There's a white-robed elder, meaning that's probably a boss there. More red feathers, and we cleared out the guy who I think was summoning all the enemies. Kinda forgot that was there, but that is 20,000 essence. There's an argument now that I should go back and level, because that is a lot of essence. And I just don't like refill flasks, but I should probably see what's by the elder first. At least I got one of the pills back that I used. Granted, I have 20, so it's not like I'm hurting for them, but I have no idea how often I'm going to need to use them. I guess now we'll go see what white-robed old guy wants. He was out here hunting something. So I think I did read that they might have a thing where I need to use their whistle when their quest comes up. But at least based on the one guy, his quest seemed to proceed even though I didn't, so I have no idea if that's actually a thing.
Even alone, I shall fight till my last breath. That monster, my inner demon, it's nearby. I can feel its presence. Your timing is impeccable. Come, let us slay that fiend together. Your timing is impeccable.
Shrine here would be ideal, otherwise I might need to backtrack. Unless I get a shortcut. I can grab that.
Child, how did you come to be here? A few days ago, I went to the woods in search of herbs, but I came upon a bird-like monster, seizing people from every direction. These weary bones could not outrun them. They dragged me hither amidst their foul nests. This must be their wretched den. Those who were caught alongside me have been devoured one by one. I feel my turn shall soon come. Child, my days are numbered. That bird-like monster lurks nearby. Do not fret for me. Flee while you still can.
And Wuchang is welcome in.
Child, my
First time seeing that type of trap. Things are going alright. I think that's a shortcut, but I don't remember where that could connect to. No worries. Radiant red feather. Try to get an idea of where this is in the world. Let's try and how is it? It's a very aggressive Souls-like, in that once your build kind of comes together, you can basically ignore damage and just kind of combo mash through attacks. So I'd say early on, especially, it's very Souls-like, but then it starts to get more like action-focused. There are some areas where its performance isn't the best, because like it stutters a bit, but overall, I'm having an alright time. Get to agility. I think it might depend on the type of weapon you use, because like I think axes have a very central block mechanic, but I'm using dual swords where it's just if I'm attacking and an enemy hits me with a blade, I just take reduced damage. Go for like 5 of the 4. I don't remember how many points I needed. I needed more. Go like 3 more. That's enough. I will say for a Souls game, it does feel surprisingly easy because of how aggressive it's become. Like, because I just kind of start combo mashing on bosses and then I win. Combat flow, I would say, is generally very quick and smooth. There is a emphasis, especially early on doing like perfect dodges. Because kind of the central idea is that at the bottom right there's like 5 things called might, or like Skyborn Might, and you use that to do your special abilities or spells. And early on, perfect dodges are the only way that you can get the energy for that. At least until your build starts to get further in. It is a little bit rough managing stamina early, but I'm at the point where I can do like 3 or 4 combos without stopping. Because every time I get a might now, I get stamina back, so I can just kind of keep combos going as long as the enemy's attacking me. Assuming they're using a bladed weapon. Also, this is a very backstab heavy game, so it's like if you manage to land backstabs, you just kind of win. I went the wrong way. A little bit, turned around to the shortcut. And I've definitely made my build very much focused on doing like a charged heavy attack. So if I have energy, it's immediate. If I don't have energy, then I have to build it up. Got a little bit too aggressive there. I was hoping I was going to land a backstab on them, but I didn't realize they were facing me with their combo. But it's very quick to get back there, because it's basically immediately after the shortcut. Sure how to get down to that item, but it doesn't look like it's an important one. I'm also not sure if those two bird enemies who showed up are uniques or if they're one time. They are one. Never mind. They're one hit away. I could have kept backing off and going for a heal, but I figured I might land a backstab there. I think I'm just gonna let them fight it out for a minute and see what happens. That's a good thing I burned out my essence, so I didn't really lose anything. I will say one thing I do like about this game is it does seem like it's better suited for fighting groups of enemies, which some Souls games seem to be very hit or miss on. Here we go. Bronze armor. Yeah, those are very common, and most bosses can be hit with viscerals. Actually, I think every boss can. But humanoid bosses, it's much easier because you just have to hit them in the back, and then they get staggered immediately. I forgot that was there. Basically like that. Like, there's most enemies in the game, you can just kind of hit them in the right spot and they get immediately stunned. And because I decided to go dual blades, my main attack is just a spin attack where I can lunge at them, which means that I'm very likely to hit that spot as long as I'm vaguely behind them. Although I've heard that axe is the one that people are going for, like, the safer route, and that I haven't heard anything on any of the other weapons. Because the thing is, like, axe has, like, both a block from very early and also you can spec into, like, self-healing from damage. I like dual blades just because they're flashy, and I don't get to use them very often. Seems like I got everything around here. Didn't get them quick enough. There actually is another one I missed, so there's 2 in this area somewhere. That I will need to find for a trophy. And we got a shortcut back. I'm just gonna grab that one before I forget. Sorry about ads. Yeah, found a treasure. Well, at least we got a shortcut. Also, I didn't realize that there were 2 enemies there. I missed the visceral chance. Although red eye means that I get really good drops from them, and they're a one-time. I did forget, I think I got another pickup I forgot to use. Another flask. So letting them fight it out was fine. Grab the bird. Yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him. Probably another flask item. It's a Ponzi one. another thing I'll never use. Although that does tell me that there might be buffs to prevent certain status ailments. We just go this way.
Jen.
Nothing seems to be over that way. I think we just keep going up. I do need to remember to do a summon when we get to the boss, because I think there's a quest guy for that. Bloom Vortex, I'm guessing is a spell. Maybe Marsh. Made it to a new area. We made it back to the shrine, so I have a shortcut right to the end. I kind of want to see if I can go find that bamboo I missed. There's more people at camp. I think I'm almost... Yeah, I'm at another level now. In fact, that was a little bit of overkill with that consumable. Another weapon upgrade. I need 3 more radiant feathers for the next one. So a couple decent buffs there. Anything to turn in.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Oh, this is from the Avian Marsh. They say the marsh is a graveyard. Starving folk go there looking for food and end up at the bottom of the marsh. I went in to look for treasures myself, but before I could take a step, monsters dropped from trees to gnaw on bones. Scared the life out of me. I ran all the way back.
Any new weapons? Your damage during Skyborn Might is surprisingly good. But I don't think I really want to grab any of those.
treasures do you have for me today?
Nothing new there. We do a small direction pivot just to see if I can find these two NPCs who are marked. Over there. Nothing over there. Says there's two more people somewhere in the camp area. I don't know what they need. Let's explore a little bit over here. Ran out of stamina at the worst time. Wonder if my L2 ability would have given me enough health to survive that, or if I would have needed to use a flask. I've not really tried my heal. So I'm just gonna quickly grab some free items. Try to go that way again. Because I think it would be nice to also get the camp a little bit more opened up. Although I do get the feeling I'm getting close to a boss in the other direction. I didn't realize I actually did summon a demon last time. Apparently my character's sanity was a little bit worse than I thought. Although I did just spend a bunch of essence, so I didn't lose a whole bunch. But I think if I beat this one bird enemy, I get a free level. And also, they don't respawn. Ideally, if I can get the demon to spawn and get those two to fight it out, that would probably be the most ideal. That was a lot of health there. don't think I realized I had a grab, and I definitely didn't realize that their grab takes all of my health. And the one downside of having Max Madness when I got here does mean that there's always going to be two enemies who are both relatively strong. Which is kind of why I just want to get them turned against each other so I can back off. Okay, they're at least fighting it out, so that's good for me. Gonna hang out here and let them deal with that. I got the stun, but they got too many corruption blasts out. Status ailments are real rough in this. Because they both seem to do a lot of immediate damage, and also I would have needed to heal through that or I would have just died anyway. I think if I had re-entered the fight faster, I might have been able to cheese it a bit more. But I waited just a little bit too long, thinking that the demon was going to live longer. Because I didn't realize that corruption tag just kind of deletes their health. Those last forever. So close. I think if I can land one good visceral without them having like 30 AoE or 30 just range attacks on the screen, I can probably just two-shot them. Because like as soon as they start using that move, even though they're open to a backstab, I need to land the backstab without getting hit. That's better. And that did give us a free level. So now we can see what else is this way. There we go. I think I fought at least 4 of those of the 6 that are in the game. Not counting the ones who appear when I die. Because they do not apply to the trophy. So my goal is to kind of just go far enough that I open up a path back to the refugee camp that gives me access to all the NPCs.
Almighty Father in heaven, sins can be forgiven, the flesh restored, for life itself is eternal. Amen. Your feathers, have you too been touched by the Lord's blessing? No, you still seem clear of mind. Could it be? Oh, Almighty Lord, I give thanks for bringing me before your messenger. Messenger, what is the will of the Lord? Am I not devout enough to behold the coming of the Lord? No, you're not his messenger. Jiangxi and Zhong, our sovereign, shall rise again as the Holy Sun, ushering in the radiant kingdom of God. And I shall sprout wings, blessed by heaven. You devil! You'd lure me straight into Satan's embrace. You devil!
Guess that's the end of that. I made it back to the path that I was already on before.
The wheel of fate turns beyond our eyes. In this timeless illusion, where does our true path lie?
Oh, Nexus Vice and Deacons with Biswatch's Razor.
A mere mortal.
Very ready for a boss, but
Me?
I think I need to change my quick select items. Because I need to summon the NPC for that one. And I was worried about using one of my limited consumables. There we go. Eventually I should probably play a mainline Souls. Or I should say finish, because I've played Demon Souls and Dark Souls and finished neither. Although I did get further in Demon Souls. It feels kind of Neo-coded. From what I remember of Neo, that might be accurate, but it also might even be more aggressive than Neo is. Like, this is very much a game like once the build comes together, you're probably doing more attacking than blocking or dodging. Unless the enemy doesn't have a weapon. Although it seems like there is a lot of potential for magic builds, but they seem very weird to work around. So I am going to need to change my accessory because I have the healing one on still. Nearly done with your 100% run of the DS trilogy. That seems like quite an endeavor. This game does have 4 endings, but I am going to try to save scum most of them. Because it can all be done in a single playthrough as long as you use a save state. And we find some hitboxes behave. Those do always seem to be the more sketchy part of Souls, is hitboxes. Like, I don't know if this counts as a large enemy, and if it does, then I should do that one.
At last! You've come before me. A mere mortal. Thinks
3 had a
to
great final boss.
best me?
Also, they are not giving me a lot of time to use that whistle. Because I think I need to do it for a quest. Because usually when they prompt that there's a whistle available, I need to do that. So it is kind of weird that I managed to get to the avian boss quicker by going this way than through the avian area. I feel like once I get the bone whistle activated, this boss doesn't seem too bad at a glance. Because I think they're unable to clash with all their abilities. Gonna skip them. There he is. Didn't realize they had an AoE. I can't clash against the stuff. And apparently they have a ranged attack they can just use. Yeah, getting the Elder in there is definitely an immediate game changer. Because he has a surprisingly beefy health pool and also does good at getting their aggro. But there is a delay before he shows up that I have to be aware of. I also do have another level I could use that I kind of forgot about. Should have probably done a regular combo there to try to get another might point up. There we go again.
At last! You've come before me.
Those are hard to dodge. Almost got this done there. can't really approach them at all while they're doing that. There's a win. Doesn't seem like he's got anything to say. So there should be my essence somewhere around here. There it is. Only 4,000. I probably have enough for 2 levels when I get back to a shrine where everyone is. That boss wasn't too bad, but having an NPC who I need to do for a quest definitely made it easier. Walked by another thing. Nope. Avoided random traps because that's where I fought those 2 guys, and that's a cliff, so I don't want to go there. And it doesn't seem like he has anything to say. He was just kind of here to help with the fight. There's a shrine. So it would have been faster if I would have fast traveled to this one to get there, but it's fine. Let's go get those levels. That might be all of the agility points over here. More points if I want more stamina, which I kinda don't need. Oh, there's one. Avian Dwelling has something else. I think is around here. So I think after this, once I get that one bamboo that I wanted to grab, then I think I just need to go for the rebel area that I started to dip into. Issue at the moment is I know that there's at least one other bamboo I missed, but I don't remember the easy way to get there. I think it was at the other shrine. I think it was somewhere on this path on one of the vines. Wasn't that way, and it wasn't this way, because I think it was before the exploding enemy. Or if it was this way, then it was a side path that I forgot about. Found it, but I didn't react quick enough to get it. Means we need to go to the shrine to reset it again. It seems like it might have been an earlier vine that I dropped down to get that, but I have no idea where that would be. But that way also worked. I think we just commit to that path until I get it. Also, if I haven't missed any of the little bamboo enemies, this should be number 11 apparently. Out of a total of 20. Okay, so they just immediately start running, meaning I probably have to use a ranged hit. I don't know which range hit is gonna be the better one. Also, I'll need to have enough energy to actually pull it off. That actually shouldn't be too bad, because I think I can just backtrack here after fighting the bird, and then I can get all my energy back. Let's see what this one looks like. That's like an arrow. And I'm assuming it would be better if I was aiming. There we go again. Have enough for the ranged hit, just depending on whether I can land the hit. They're a very tricky one. I think if I were to dodged off the edge there because of the lock-on. I think I just need to put on my other fireball one because it's easier. And it's homing. I think the other slight problem with this one is that the path that I'm using spawns them before I can even see them, so I'm like a little bit too far away. Seems to be a better way of dealing with them. I just need to be more to the right. So it homes in, but it's just simply not fast enough. So I need to figure out where the upper part of this is. Because if I don't find the upper part of this, then I don't think I have a way to get the bamboo guy. Let's go back exploring. Because as soon as I can find the most direct path there, we'll just do that. Maybe I see if there's a feathering ability that I want to try, otherwise I'll just keep speccing into things like agility. Also, I should swap my armor back since we're back to exploring mode. I did see that there was a purple item, which also leads me to believe that I should be doing this because I might have missed a quest thing. Problem is, I can only kind of hope that I'm going the right way. And I'm gonna just eventually circle back around to find the right path. That seems like a drop-off. Because what's the path up over that way? I would lean towards... maybe there's a way I can come down from over here that I missed. Better, it's super far back in the area. I don't think I want to deal with this hallway again. I'm going to hope it's just earlier back in the area. That other path did take me by the birds, but I don't remember where that path leads to. I think maybe I just need to go the long way around. I just hope I see the path from there. couldn't get by the clam. This looks like it might lead me towards some of the paths. No, this just did a big circle to where I was before. What did I miss, if anything? Or is this just the completely wrong area? This might just be the wrong area, and the way that I went was somewhere else. And then it just kind of got funneled into this area. Like, one option would be to go through the bird village backwards and then see if that takes me anywhere else, which I guess I should probably do, even though I don't really want to fight them again. If I was more confident, I would try to drop down from there, but I think that might be too high up. And one too many times on that dodge. I need to hit them more on the right side. I think I got turned around, so we go back. I definitely have a layout of the spot once I kind of get to it. It's just a matter of finding where that is. Actually, was I going the right way and just assumed it was the wrong one? Oh, I think I just found the normal way up, which was just further down this path. That's definitely it. If I could figure out where that nest connected to, that would be what I needed. I can see them down there ready to go, but I don't know the safe way to approach. I guess I'll try this one more time and then I'll go for a really roundabout path. And we got him. So it seems like I might have everything here, unless there's an earlier connection to that one tree that I saw. But I feel like I got everything major. Maybe I just try to take a peek. Maybe before we go, I just kind of take a look around this area. Like it sort of looks like from skimming the collectible list, I should have everything. Other than talking to NPCs now. Maybe we just go try to find all the NPCs. The question is, where would the white-robed guy be from here? Unless he is just in the boss area and I just need to go back there and talk to him. But I figure it would have said he was an avian marsh instead. I think he's probably through the village somewhere. I will say it is weird that I can like do things in an incorrect order that causes NPCs to like spawn or despawn. Previously he was like just outside this village. But also I could have fought the boss without ever running into him if I had just gone out of the way first. Also, we got enough essence for another level. If it wasn't for me knowing that there's more agility nodes, there is a little bit of a temptation to like start just building into magic. I'm not sure how to avoid it, if I'm being honest. If he's back in the same place he was before, he'll be over here. And he's not. So I can only guess that he's either back at the camp or he's somewhere totally different. I guess we just head back to the camp and talk to everybody there. And then we go through the rebel camp. So I think that's the only thing left that I can reach right now. I will say I don't want to rule out the possibility of reaching the point where I get to the save state that I need, but it is looking much more sketchy. I didn't think it was going to take me this long to get through these first, like, 3 areas. Either I go stamina where I don't really think I need it. I guess I'll just keep going agility for now. Go back to refugee camp. I did forget that I need to rest to occasionally have NPCs to appear, which is a thing. Let's see if that works. Actually, I think teleporting counted, so maybe it's this way. Looks like.
You have aided me in accomplishing my wish. I led a contingent of soldiers against these monsters. Although I pried a divine treasure from their dying claws, none who followed me lived to see the light again. The relic reawakened the general and his warriors, but their minds were gone, lost to the abyss. Their struggle is over now, and they can finally rest in peace. Discern the truth, and then we shall speak again. Discern the truth.
So we got the thing there. Anything else around here? I think we found everything, so we can just start going through the rebel camp. After I go back to the refugee camp to talk to anybody new. But it seems like we got his quest done. It's slightly the wrong way. I forgot which path was to the shortcut. Back to the refugee camp, then we'll go to rebel camp, and then we'll just see where it takes us from there. It sounds like the point of no return when I need to worry about save stating is after the 8th shrine in this area, assuming I get all of them.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me make an assessment. A thin drum skin, soft to the touch. Now that's a rare find, mayhap from an ancient Shu village. They say that their dead are placed in hanging coffins, where apparently they grow wings and take flight when the time is right. Rumor has it they fly toward nearby forests. Over time, stories of the Great Feathered One began to surface. Whether it's legend or truth, I'm certain that where the Great Feathered One is, treasure abounds. It's only right I come clean, faced with a mighty warrior such as yourself. I have fine goods aplenty, Why not take a gander?
Any new weapons? No weapons, but a new new pendant, which I do also need those.
If you've got more than you need, don't forget to drop.
Hey, you made it. Got some news. Come back soon, you hear?
The matter of the boat at the docks.
Shh. Silence. Fool. Huh?
I think I might need to go to the rebel camp to get more of the refugee camp open for the remaining ones. Looks like I need to find a way up through that castle area. And then that gives me a shortcut back. And see if there was mine. Guy up there, just throwing stuff down. And quite quick. Dodge. Grab myself some health real quick. Enemies somewhere nearby is a problem. Got a bunch of enemies already cleared out and still good on health. Seems like nothing in this building, and then there's one guy who does ranged hits somewhere nearby. I didn't see where, I just saw his attack. And back to max health. It's a little bit weird that my stamina is like notably higher than my health. Health pill, but nothing major. Basically back to full. It's like one short. Okay, so we found the range guy and got rid of them. Good thing I did a lock on check. I probably have an obscene amount of like mercury drops. Because I think I saw I have at least like a 10,000 one just on hand, and then there's way more than that. This feels like it's leading me to the refugee camp. At least in terms of general direction. Okay, so there's two enemies who have ranged abilities. I also apparently missed something in the building, unless it's one I have to drop down to. There we go. Well, they died, but so did I. Problem there was I just couldn't heal fast enough to avoid their poison. If I had like stayed kind of midway, they would have charged in and got taken out by spikes, but I went too far back. Yeah, so I'm trying to get to this path, basically. Like one of these two paths. Because I don't know exactly where the missing NPCs are, but it sounds like they're on one of those shortcut paths. But the big problem with that run through that I did is none of those, I think, opened up any shortcuts, so I basically have to do the entire route again. I almost made it to the first one, but I got killed by the jar enemy right before it. I do wonder if I should look around the camp more.
Life forfeit.
Doesn't hurt to get a few extra mites stored up. Because I can go through this way, I just assumed I couldn't. Another red-eyed enemy, so that's another free level. And I think the other path just took me to boss, so I can go back.
My madness. My inner demons. Was it them again? Who's there? Show yourself. But the five thunders of heaven, protect the righteous path. Begone, demons and heretics. My token. Where did you get this? Wait, don't tell me. You've been to that godforsaken place. I swear, I haven't breathed a word about the underground palace to anyone. My brethren were slaughtered by that giant monster. So please.
guess I did find another path. And a ladder. Here's one of the people we're missing.
Monsters chase you too. They're as fierce as they come. I was looking for something to eat when they swarmed me out of nowhere. Ganging up on me, huh? Why not fight me one-on-one, like a man? I don't fear the monsters. I'd gladly give my life for the village, but I'd damn well take a few of them with me. I don't fear the monsters.
Okay, so we found a shortcut to whatever this is. Which kind of doesn't feel like much of a shortcut. But I do want to make sure that there's no other NPCs now, because I've talked to 2 of them. Still one somewhere at the refugee camp.
Hola.
We just go down that ladder and see where it takes us. The one NPC is gone, I'm noticing. So now, do I go to the far end of the rebel camp, or do I go back through the castle like I was before? I think I should. I'm leaning towards back through the castle where I was before, so I can get my essence back. I don't remember how much I had. Those mines are a bit of a problem. Make that a major problem. I just happened to land like right next to a bunch of them. Actually, that was the guy on the roof who was throwing explosives. That's my bad. I kind of forgot about them. Well, that's some essence gone, but it's not like the biggest loss. Like, this is like a very minor shortcut just to get down to where I was going, so I didn't have to go the long way around the camp.
I shall prevail. I alone.
Found a hostile NPC just kind of at random. I think we just beeline it for the castle area. After I grab my essence there. Maybe I go around this tent just to see what's kind of in front. I forgot about the mine again. They are kind of relentless to those explosives. Do have enough for another level as long as I can hold out till the next shrine. Few things there, but nothing major. Okay, so that was apparently like a chain reaction of explosions. That took me from max to no health. So I did confirm that the thing blowing me up from that way was canon. So back we go, and I definitely want to grab the essence there because that was enough to get me a level. So at the very least I'll have more than a level going forward. The big question is going to be, when is the next checkpoint? Because either the checkpoint is going to be a shortcut back to the refugee camp, or it's going to be a shrine later in. I should be getting pretty close to the point of no return, though. I can never remember exactly where that is. I hate that that guy has a line of sight on me here. the essence back at least. I was really hoping that was gonna make contact. Go refill health. Now we're back to the big castle area I was before. I think the move is to go for the guys doing the ranged hits. Just try to keep my health up. At least until I can drop the ladder for one of these villains. I can say that I've made progress here. I also don't know if the jar enemy is still gone because they did get hit by a trap. Like, at least they had the death animation, but I don't know if it counted because I didn't have any way to see if I got the items. But we made it back to the roof. Apparently they channel something that gives me light, so maybe that's why that one hallway was so bad. Seems like the jar enemy is gone, so I think I got credit for them. And we got our ladder. This was the trap area, and I don't remember the exact spot they spawned, but it was around here. I guess them dying to that trap did count, even though it was after I got knocked out. What's up here? Like a path forward. Another bamboo. Door doesn't open. Trying to decide if I want to keep going that way or if I should figure out a way that way. I think I need to go more eastward to get back to the refugee camp, but I don't know if it's going to circle around. Realized that there were two of those enemies. Enemies. There's even another one. Need to get rid of them because I knew the extra enemies were running in. Running into a whole lot of doors that just don't open. Like, eventually one of these has to either lead to refugee camp or give me another short, or give me, like, a way forward. So I might have enough experience for almost 3 levels at the rate I'm going. Knock them out real quick. Didn't see what I picked up there. This goes out to the roof, which drops down to there. But I don't know if that helps me. Like, that's definitely a way down. But is that what I want, or do I want to... That was the way I came up. Options to go down are either dropping down or a staircase. Seems like it would have been the same path. Wasn't out of range. Like, it almost seems like I should try to save my flasks until I'm below like half health, because if I'm like only a quarter of the way down, I can just fight 2 enemies and heal up. Took a little bit too much of a step. Home of Silver Seeking. Well, I'm back over here at least. That's the situation where I definitely want to use a flask, because that was like almost no health. Now I'm back up to like 90%. Like a big chest over there. feel like I have to be getting to either a shrine or a shortcut. Was a lot of damage all of a sudden. I kind of hate how far that puts me back. That is a lot of area to cross through. I should maybe finish going up that one staircase through the start of the castle area. Also, this is probably a quest item I picked up. Who's it for?
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Oh, there's a fortune hidden in those waters. A real catch, I'd say. Huh? You've heard the rumors, too. Thieves grabbed what they could and tossed the rest into the depths. Bah! That's all hogwash. If those rebel dogs had that kind of loot, why are they still ransacking temples and butchering folks left and right? I'll scour the riverbed for plunder when I've got the time. If the rumors are true, we'll make a right fortune together.
No new weapons. Single cost magic that
Come back soon.
builds a burn and basically does a dodge. So I opened a whole one shortcut in that area that I know of. Which is that one ladder. Which gives me, like, it lets me cut through 2 buildings and skip them. So it isn't the biggest shortcut, but it's not nothing. Problem is, I have to get like twice as far just to get back to where I got knocked out. If I could figure out how to get up there, that also wouldn't be terrible. Brightest. I think I'm just gonna soak the damage for that one. There's a bunch of small enemies coming up. Thought I was gonna get out of range of the cannon. still need to get rid of the ranged enemies because they're a problem. And Blaine Luckman.
General.
Back to the shortcut, so let's see what's up here because I didn't go this way. There was a shrine right here.
When I reclaim the royal palace, fine wine, fine wine. You again? Well, who would have thought? Nine-T was cruel to the core, and it only worsened after Father passed. Perhaps his death will bring about some manner of peace. Alas, this was the only way. With Ainungti gone, Sun has taken the remaining soldiers to search for a new place to settle. I had hoped to speak with Liu and Xiu once more. The dead should stay in their graves, not walk among us. But he's beyond reason now. Yes, I'm one of the rebels too. For old time's sake, let me give you one last warning. This place is nothing like Cloudspire. Junwu Temple's packed with elite soldiers. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Guess I'll grab that level while I'm here. Probably another one sitting on the ground if I manage to get back to the essence. Let's grab 2 vitality. Item there and a way to come down there. I feel like if I had cleared out that one room, I would have probably unlocked the shortcut to that shrine. But I guess we gotta go back, but at least it's a shorter trip from now on. Downside is this upcoming area is kind of a gauntlet to get through, so I wish I had unlocked the shortcut. Kind of worried that they were gonna start fighting me if I was up there, so I just wanted to knock them out. Might have been worrying over nothing. They seem to be largely ignoring me. Heal there to play it safe because I don't want to deal with the ranged. Didn't realize that there were two of those guys there. Yeah, the whole thing here is just, can I take out enough of the enemies before they spawn in too many reinforcements? Although the relic I have does help, because I think taking out the reinforcements would also heal me. And we're birds. Nearly back to where I got taken out. I think it's just up through these buildings. Don't know if I should go through that building first. Feel like I definitely clear this out. Fortunately, that guy respawns. Those guys are kind of a problem. Like, if I don't get them down immediately, then they just kind of dodge forever and spam. Problem is, I have to fight at least one more of them, I think, before I can unlock a shortcut. too early on that. Go ahead and activate that. Oh, back to full health. I want to see if there was like a shortcut or something here that I could open. Not that way. "44 of those will pop one." Essence back, so now we just need to deal with this. I don't know what that fire move is, but it one-shots me and it kind of sucks. Like maybe that was the one node one I saw that cost like 10,000 from the vendor. But either way, it just kind of deletes me. I did recover enough essence for another level though, so we'll take that. We're just gonna try to get back there as fast as possible. And there's a thing I want to try with a cannon now that I have access to it. If that did less damage, I would have probably just eaten it because I remembered it was here. So the cannonball is slow, but it is... Just let me get rid of one of them. Get rid of this one in the corner because they're a problem. Definitely like how that worked out since it just kind of got me an extra might and a full health. Okay, we cleared the area and we're almost back to where we were. And dead because that did a splash damage. I got caught in a pull and it did splash damage on the pull that I got caught on. Two of those guys are rough because it's either I, like the other big enemies, I either one-shot them immediately or they're a problem. Like, the thing I did notice also is that there's 3 shortcuts that lead back to the central temple. So it seems like there's, like, way more to this area that I have to go through, and the shortcuts are either very packed together at the end, or there's just a massive amount of area. I can take out a whole one enemy with this cannon, but there's 4 others who all summon more enemies. I guess technically this does just outright make it safer. I can go for that one over there. Full health with a couple mites saved up. Because I think if I get through the building where I keep dying, either it unlocks the front door, which lets me skip everything on this side of the map, or it unlocks something to the main shrine. Would like to lure them into a smaller area. That would be the most ideal. We have one stored. And we got him. There is an argument that I should just try to skip the second one and run for the shortcut, but I feel like they will kill me as I'm opening it. Also, we do have way more flasks now, so maybe it shouldn't be as bad. A little bit too aggressive there. Luckily, still at 5 flasks going into this. Got the shortcut, so now we're safe. That was just our first fight. So with that, we don't have to do anything leading up to this building now. Found one of our easy paths. I'd say that in particular is a pretty big shortcut, because it means I don't have to fight those two guys either. Maybe the one if he spots me. But also, maybe if I'm lucky, those are the hardest things from the next big shortcut. Just in there. Don't want to deal with the despair enemy. Another item over there, past some spike traps. There's definitely a side room there that's hidden by a mechanism. We got our shortcut back to the shrine. And this is not the shrine. That was a little bit too close, but we got through. Seems like I don't have whatever that one is. Oh, that was unfortunate. Did not see them, and they just kind of ran up and one-shotted me. Also, now that I think about it, I should go back through that first tree that I unlocked and see if any of those vitalities can be leveled up. Well, at least we got more shortcuts. And I defeated the red-eyed enemy, so they're gonna be gone now. Which then leaves the problem of I need to either fight that bird to get my essence back, or we find a different path to see if I can find a shortcut that's even closer. I think I still have to fight this, like, open area. But then the door behind the last one of the guys who summons enemies is open. Actually, I might not even need to fight all of them. I might just need to fight this one so I don't get spotted. And then pivot far to the right. Also, apparently I still have enough essence left to get a level, and I just did not turn it in. Enemy there doesn't spot me, so we're good there. So I don't know if there was like maybe 2 or 3 of those other enemies on the way that can summon or do Blight. Or do Despair or Corruption, I mean. As long as I don't run too fast, I think I win. So I run too fast, they might fill up the debuff, otherwise I'm good. Definitely seems like I should just drop down here, but that also seems very risky. Because if I miss, I think that's an immediate death. Man, they get real fast. Unfortunately, that was a big chunk of essence loss. I should have probably just committed to going down to grab it. Because I should have assumed that there was going to be an enemy there. Still have enough for a level. I'm going to go check for vitality. I'm at the point now where I don't think damage is something I need. I need as much defense as I can get. Doesn't seem like any of the defenses are multiple levels. Kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind if there's nowhere else on the board that's going to give me any defense. Unless I start going into a new weapon. Also forgot to turn in those. Like, there's a ton of magic if I go that way, there's a ton of feathering if I go this way. But it seems like vitality and health just kind of gets hard stopped. I don't know if going further into stamina is going to be good, so maybe we just commit to going to something different. I don't have to go very far to get a bunch of vitality there, which is kind of what I want. So we'll try to get some more defense going. Like, the amount of heals I have definitely does prevent most things unless I get faced with a really strong enemy. Or one who's just very sturdy, because then they tend to out damage me no matter what. At least the path back isn't bad, and my essence should now just be in that room with all the pots. I think I do want to commit to knocking out that pot enemy though, because they usually give me feathers. One too many. Just avoid the problem enemy, and we go. Also already almost back up to 10,000 just from clearing the way here and the little bit that I still had left over. If I get rid of pod enemy, that's another unique done at least. I just need to like be able to stand behind them reliably. I don't think we need brilliant feathers anymore unless it's for a secondary weapon. Which would probably just be one-handed swords to give me more access to agility. Hopefully, they're also a red-eyed unique one. I'm guessing no, this seems like they'll just always be there. But we unlocked an even better shortcut. I think now we can skip like most of this courtyard. And the rooms leading up to it. so that worked out pretty well. Like a big area cleared out. Yeah, we got them. Oh, we finally found out how to get to this guy who's been just throwing bombs at me. Another brilliant feather that I don't think I need. Or don't really need. I think that's the shrine in here, so depending on how this goes, that might be a new shortcut in. There's a big shortcut. So now I can go basically right to that area I was where I fought the two birds. And skip everything else. Like, I feel like if somebody were to go a magic build, they should go, like, feathering spells. Both feathering spells and weapons, because they overlap. And I'm kind of wondering if one-handed sword has both because it has a feathering weapon. But my other problem is I haven't figured out how to get the chest in there, but it looks like they are connected up top. A while since I've seen one of them, and I kind of thought they were going to have more health. That's a shortcut directly back to refugee camp. Oh, good. Yeah, we got him.
Father, I wish I could have one last drink with you.
Grip, missive, and a temple key. Also, first try on the boss. I think we found another shortcut.
You stole my rightful prey! Ugh, just forget it. I'm bigger than you, and won't argue over spilled milk. Did you hear? They resurrected Zhang Xiongdong. Even in death, that miscreant crawls back to cause havoc. If it's Shen Yunzhong's head you're after, count me in. Whistle once when you're ready, and I'll be there post-haste. If it's Shen Yunzhong's head you're after, count me in. Whistle once when you're ready, and I'll be there post-haste.
I think that's a path back to the camp. Time to check what new NPCs are available. After I grab this level. Now I have access to 3 vitality. Still, and then agility and endurance. Quite a bit of agility as well. I don't think I'm going to use the one-handed weapons, but I mean, I have extra feathers to burn, I might as well. Person with hat and somebody else, which I think is the guy who's at the other shrine. Unless he showed up here or it's somebody totally different.
Have you found a way to save Pops? There's finally a chance. I'll give it to him at once. Pops, hang in.
Didn't realize that was what I needed. I think I remember picking that up. I really need to see who this other person is to talk to.
Hola. What else can I...
Hey, you made it.
What treasures do you have for me today?
Nothing new for either of them. So I guess we're done here. And Stitch Rockman. I don't know how I deal with both of those unless I have to hit them to stop their casting. Seems like the secret missive I got might be for the other guy at the shrine. Maybe the move is to try to hit one of them with a spell. Didn't realize there was a bird. That is a real rough grab. Okay, so if he was here, he is now gone. So back here we go to use the shortcut. I don't think I can clash with their claws, so I have to dodge. So we go again. Yeah, we got him. Although that might have been a waste of a spell. Managed to lure one of them away, apparently. The other is still channeling. As long as I let that drain, I should be able to take out the other one. Thing here is I don't know what way is the main path because it's two separate staircases I can go through. It's either a ladder up to the roof or a staircase down. Two birds down there. So I think because I have enough shortcuts now, I could get back to that one secret room. I think we're gonna try up here first. Finally got a stab on him. take a leap forward. Because there is a thing there to catch me. Radiant feather, those are the ones we need. Was a little bit too close. I can either go upstairs or take a leap of faith down. Didn't have a point for a charge. I don't know if this is all floor or how these work. The lies. Nowhere near enough for another level, and we have to go back quite a ways. I think I just didn't see this path. Right, this was the way I came out, never mind. This was the way that I exited the boss. I went all the way to the top the first time. I do need to go back there in order to get my essence back. There we go. That was a bad dodge and knockback there. So I think I need to go downstairs to clear that out, because it seems like if I keep going forward, there's quite a bunch of stuff to go through. Let's try to go downstairs to fight the two birds. Wherever the stairs happen to be. I was a little bit too out of stamina, because I was only able to dodge like one of those at a time. And the one gave me enough time to dodge the later one, but there was a little bit of a delay. Guessing those are just items that I didn't grab that dropped somewhere. Or they like fell off a cliff. I feel like this area is kind of tough, and I don't know if it's because I didn't get far enough into certain stats, or if it's because like a lot of the enemies here just kind of hard counter most of what I do. And also just insta-death stuff like Despair or the bird grab. they were there, but I didn't know how to dodge. A little bit too close, but we got there. And we got a new weapon. Now back up top. Meaning I think I can just ignore this whole section of this building now. Corruption killed me because I took just one too many hits and didn't get the flask off in time. I'm kind of curious where all the other shortcuts are gonna come in. Because there's still one that's way down that tunnel there. And I don't remember if there was another one. I think there's one behind. Like the other shrine in the center. Trying to figure out where their spot is to get stunned is really difficult. If there even is a spot and I just need... And not just like me doing enough hits that it knocks him down. I like how they can do multiple of those. Like, I think one of those abilities is already enough to one-shot me, but they can just kind of sit there and use it multiple times. We gotta go through the mechanism puzzle again. And And I guess there was a second one using that spell. That or it just decided to kill me with the first one. Like, Despair is a annoying one, and it feels like they really wanted to put it to use in this area by making NPC who just rapidly channels it if I'm anywhere close. And sometimes they put multiple of them in the area. So if I just end up where the two happen to be too close together on patrols, then I just get absolutely bodied. And dead. Like, it's nice that I have an accessory so I don't get stunned by that. Because I think if I got stunned by that, that's auto death. Like, I would just get hit by the scream and then just pelted with the all of the corruption all at once. I also don't think I can get away from the bird. If I'm lucky, I would be able to climb the ladder, but they would probably one-shot me if I didn't get up quick enough. I don't like how their swing is too fast for me to dodge. Because like I was getting a perfect on the first one, but I couldn't get a dodge on the second one. Maybe I need to go for block on those. Because I haven't actually tried blocking swings. Because like I assume I can block weapons, but I don't know about like regular swings. Or like claws or punches. So it seems like block does not work on that. That or the animation for block was too slow, so it didn't count. That was too close. If they had finished that attack, I would have gotten taken out. I'm assuming if I was still in that light, that would have killed me. I would say that there's a potential that there's a shortcut here. I would have no idea where to find it. This? I do want to jump off this elevator to one of those sides. Because I did see that purple thing earlier, but didn't see how to grab it. So now from the other shrine. I think I can just fast travel back here, basically. Because now the way is open, so I can dodge most of the enemies and get here safely. I don't have to fight 2 of those birds. But I will need to fast travel if I get taken out. I thought it was saying like maybe path ahead is clear to get back to the roof and go to the other side, but that is incorrect. Unless it's like path ahead to the next book. At the very least though, I don't have to fight as many enemies to get there. I might still have 1 bird on the way. Thought that was like a bird shape there, but I guess not. I guess it isn't moving, so that was the biggest tell. I guess I got that open now. Save me a whole trip up a ladder. The bird enemy there seems pretty easy to avoid, because he just kind of dives immediately. I realize I can do rapid blocks. Now, if only I knew if block was distinct from, like, Clash. I guess it does a knockback, which is distinct, but I mean, like, if it works on more moves. Or if it's just the exact same thing, but, like, framed differently. I don't see where my essences ended up, which is kind of concerning. They're by the book. Well, there is a big door there, so this is required. Don't like how it made her lunge back suddenly. This might be a bad area. Because they both channel Blight, and there's also a dog, and I have to take them both out, or before I get taken out. And I have to follow a whole, like, walking puzzle to get there. On the bright side, it's not a far walk. I think I'm gonna need to use one of those status buffs because I don't even want to risk having to do that walking puzzle again, even though I got it. And they decided to spam that move twice, so even though I avoided the first one, I could not avoid the second batch of them. So the mechanism should open. Hopefully those two fight it out. Either I get my essence back or I get essence from the bird and it's basically free afterwards. And we got the essence back. Okay, that was a little bit faster. They spotted me, and if they spot me, then they just start walking forward, and the ranged attack I used was not nearly ranged enough. I did forget to send the elevator back down, which is a little bit of a problem. It seems like I was able to avoid them easier when I went up the ladder because they just dove when I got next to them. And they lost me because they didn't know where I went. I need to activate the anti-blight or anti-status ailment thing. I hate it here. I don't know what caused them to get aggroed, but they've never been aggroed when I was going down that before. Also, I don't like how they know where the path is. Because they absolutely just followed me on it. At least I sent the elevator back down that time, so I know that's there. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw a chest in the back, then I could skip the rest of this, but I know that I need that chest. Because it is required to max upgrade flasks, and that's what the chests give me. That was almost too close. I think if I can get enough energy for this, I could maybe get a ranged hit, but I don't think I can. Unless I used an item specifically for it. And here I need to start activating items. Even more than that, I'm gonna do that. Hopefully there's not a third one. I think we're good. And it's another flask. Now to avoid losing my essences, I just need to go backwards over the invisible path. Yeah, we did it. I need to figure out where I want to go. Because we are at the point now where I need to figure out where I need to actually go. Nothing is nearby with light, and I'm mad about it. Or despair. I think this is to the other chest I saw. Finally got this one. For even more potency. Also, even though, like, technically the point of no return is coming up relatively soon in the game, there is still, like, I think, like, 2 full regions, but I am over halfway through bosses now. I'm wondering if they're gonna stack more of the bosses together, or if the final regions are just kind of massive. Those were all the wrong items. There's a person casting Blight there, but I don't know if there's anything I can really do about that. I guess we just keep climbing up. There were 3 guys with light. Well, at least I don't have to do the invisible path anymore, but I now have to deal with 3 blight enemies. Or 3 despair enemies. I keep mixing those 2 up. Because it's a blight on my sanity. I want to see if I can maybe do a little bit of shenanigans here. For 2 reasons. One is I want to see if I can drop down to grab that item. Let's just activate them. Yeah, we got it. That's a pendant, which is gonna be required. And we got through at least. I'm slightly less worried about the elevator. I do think I am going to just keep the anti-despair thing on. Because at this point, I want to be able to prevent a death more than anything. least they're easy in the sense that they do not see me enter the floor. So because I happen to find out that they're here before they find out about me, I can do stuff like that. I realize that not only is there multiple of them, but they're also on the other roof. This area is so bad. I just hate the idea that I have to consume 5 items because I don't have despair resistance. And the only way I guess I would get despair resistance is I need to fully respec my armor. Which then means that I'm more vulnerable to just being hit. Which then puts me at like a direct disadvantage from anything that's not those enemies. Maybe there's an easier way to take out some of those. Seems like their weakness is on their left side for some reason. Unlike most enemies. Like, I'm not even sure if the enemies who were blighting me was the one at the very end there, or if it was just, like, the 2 enemies who saw me before were channeling. Because there's like 6 enemies here who are all casting debuff. There's no way for me to tell like which ones are actually active. Like, if those two are casting Blight, or Despair, it means that I need to run across and hope that they just lose aggro for some reason. If they aren't casting it, it means that something in that other room was casting it, which was directly hitting me. And there's no other paths for me to go to avoid it. I did have the additional idea to, like, throw an enemy there who tries to tackle me off the edge. Don't even really want to go for my essence, because I might just get killed going for it, but I might have to. So it seems like I messed up this because I was supposed to clear out this room so that they weren't there. So there's way too many dead bodies for that to just be an empty room. But we found another shrine. I need 29,000 essence, so I'm gonna see what I need to level. About 2,000 more. $300 short. I did just see that I have 43 of these 800 ones, which just doubled my level. I'm gonna go ahead and heal up. Because I don't need to cross that one room with the 3 despair enemies. Don't see anything else around here.
did those pesky Taoists hide their treasures? My, you've got quite the knack for sniffing out secrets, haven't you? Who, me? I used to run with the young folks over at Zhenwu Temple. Just stopped by the Pavilion of Knowledge to dig up some old relics. Oh, those old alchemy books should have been burned ages ago, if you ask me. That would really cleanse the temple. Ah, there I go again, running my mouth. Silly me. You came at just the right time. I've uncovered something rather intriguing. Care to hear it? Here, here. Lend me your ear. Our story continues. The White General, instilling fear in one and all with his mere presence. With his heroic stature and in the wake of his mighty steed, peace fell once more. But alas, how could this once great hero of the ages be forever lost to the annals of history? And yet, his indefatigable spirit prowls as before the vast lands of Shu. Hear, hear, lend me your ear. Chaos grips the land once more. My dear listener, our story told in part. So listen closely still. Now that you've heard my tale, run along like a good little lamb. No more aimless wandering, you hear?
Okay. Scriptures. A weapon, it looks like. Seems like everything. That looks like an arena. Or maybe not. So I didn't realize I could just cross over there. That was quite a knockback. So at least we got a shrine activated like right before here, so that's nice. Now just kind of a matter of figuring out where I need to go in this area. Because it seems like I can go down a floor. I was a little bit surprised that I didn't get like a shortcut back to the refugee camp from there. Yeah, I couldn't have cleared out there to get to that one because he was later in. Technically, I could go back and probably grab that item, but I don't know if it's worth it.
Well, well. You've come this far. I'm impressed. Remember, that old fool stumbled into the Pavilion of Knowledge. So, how far do you think you'll make it?
Still so much area left. It's nice that I got the clashes at least, but getting stuck on the vines was a little bit of a problem. Now there's another cannon up there somewhere. This sort of feels like it might take me back to the camp. Or just to a new shrine. Which maybe means that there's a big boss here. I think I'm good on flasks. Gonna just go ahead and activate uh, 24,000 if I want to get a level right now, which I mean I might as well. $30,000 for another. I definitely have enough for another level if I want it, but I think I'm just gonna stick with that. I didn't realize that also gives me resistance to those. Maybe I should be going endurance just so I get more damage resistance that way. Because I thought vitality was resistance.
That's the devil! Satan himself! Almighty God, forgive me. Cleanse me of sin. Amen. Amen.
This feels like a boss setup. I forgot to change my accessory. I didn't realize that there was gonna be like a quick time thing. So that's because of the stun. But because I didn't change my accessory out, I do have to deal with a stun unless, I mean, now we get a chance to change it now. It's the first time I've been hit by a shout. So I didn't realize it gives me a mash prompt. Also, I should try to check if I have any more flask or potency upgrades. We're all tapped out of the upgrade materials. And we got him. But is there a phase 2? What do you mean? And the protagonist character was killed off screen. Like, that was such a weird response that the game didn't even know where to put the essence, so they just threw it outside the fog. I just got every dodge timing wrong. Also, Bone Whistle did not work. Like, it seems like there's like a certain duration that I have to cast it before it'll work. But I kind of wish I could activate it outside of the portal that leads me into the boss instead of having to wait until I get the prompt.
I seek revenge for the people.
I waited too long in the flask because I had to swap. So I have no idea what phase 2 is like because I think I got killed by like paralysis before phase 2 started. It does seem like they aren't super interested in burn. And we got him with the corruption. So we got our other chisel. Increasing the recovery potency to maximum. The dream, the shrine, receive primordial deity's guidance and continue your journey. So I hit the point of no return. Because basically what happens is if I talk to the storyteller now, I'm locked into an ending. I think we just go back to refugee camp. I think I'm actually going to call it a night. I started way later than I usually do. And I need to make a backup save. So we got to the point that I thought I was going to, but I didn't get as far as I thought I was going to overall.
Let me make an assessment. Oh, good heavens. This... Has anyone else laid eyes on this? In better times, I wouldn't dare touch it. But now... well... desperate times call for desperate treasures. The rebels looted countless treasures from the Shul Manor, sinking what they couldn't carry to the river's depths. Oh, I mourned the loss of those treasures. To think you'd bring one to me! Fate works in mysterious ways.
I'll just buy that so I don't have to buy it later.
More than you need. Don't forget to drop by and so.
Hey, you made it.
There was like one other person to talk to. I think it was the priest.
Hola. What else can I do for you? God has the power to bring the dead back to life. Why can't Bulio understand that? Oh, almighty and merciful Lord on high, extend your grace to those who have wandered from your path. Imbue them with your divine power and guide their steps, that they may find their way back into your eternal embrace. May the light be forever with him. Amen. May the glory of God guide you, and may your sins be washed away.
So with that, that's like 3 bosses done today. Now that'll move the story progression forward, but we want to avoid the storyteller at all costs until I'm done with everything in this region. So that is time to call it, and I really need to be right back, so I think I'm just going to pass on rating and just go to the title and call it a day. So with that being said, I think I'm going to switch up my plans a little bit. Instead of doing Ghost of Tsushima first, I'm going to start with Shantae Risky Revolution, which will probably be tomorrow. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's releasing a lot sooner than I expected, and I kind of want to get as much of the game done before like it releases on other consoles. So that being said, that's going to be it for me today. I'll probably be back with more either Wuchang or Ghost of Tsushima next weekend to get the point of no return now that I'll have my backup save. And thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. And bye-bye.